Alrighty then. Good evening. Welcome to this week's session of Once Upon a Roll. Now, last we had left off in the midst of planning your encounter with the red dragon Sidna. A few new arrivals came to Ambervale, members of the Platinum Aegis, a committee of sorts of various influential and high-ranking members, as well as two very special members, the two wings of the Aegis, the ones responsible for elevating certain individuals who are up for promotions to very prestigious positions within the order. Come to evaluate and assess Durand for a potential position as the Platinum Aegis's Fang and Claw, the tip of the spear when it comes to engaging in all of the Order's enemies. The one who the rest are expected to follow when it comes to combat. A number of, let's say, tests were presented to you. Some known and direct, others perhaps went by without you noticing. However, at the culmination at the end of it, one thing remains certain, is that for you to even have a chance at gaining this appointment, you must prove yourself by slaying the red dragon Sidna, a task that the four of you had already committed to undergoing anyway. However, this time, I suppose, just add a little more stakes to the result. And with that, at the moment, you guys are heading into the evening, or the afternoon and evening of essentially 2 days to go. So after you guys rest this evening, the next day will be the final day before Sidna had declared she would return to Alpont. So any final preparations, any staging of things near Alpont, it's probably about time that we move out of Ambervale and head in that direction to get ready. Or you can procrastinate further, that's completely up to you. So, with that, Durand, Elavorn, Neredian, Era, you are still in Ambervale. It is late morning by this point. The weather isn't great. It's gray. It's been constantly raining all morning, but no horrible storms. People are still out and about. It's just a little unpleasant. But what are you doing? Or is there anything that you wish to do? Era, do you know what spell you're glyphing? Or is that even a thing that you're doing?
Hello. Okay. So the two spells that I was contemplating, and I'm not sure if we still want to do them, is either polymorph or, honestly, polymorph or slow. You guys think those would be suitable. I mean, that's what I have currently in my spellbook.
A polymorph is probably the move. So I mean, I suppose let's get everything straight again, because okay, so we're half killing the dragon, hopefully.
Right. Where it's meant to hurt it enough so that it goes back to its lair.
How are we following it? Are we gonna do like the wind thing? Are we gonna put some sort of tracker on it and do the wind thing? The wind wisps.
Well, maybe something to track would be a good thing, but
Just insurance, basically.
Yeah, but of course that is the whole. It only works for this certain area, but
Why not?
Oh right, I don't think we even have something that we can like
Locate. As far as an object goes, we have locate. Well, I have the spell, but I would have to be within 1,000 feet range of the item.
Yeah. So I mean, even that's not that insurance. I mean, to be honest, it'd probably be just better to try to follow it as quickly as possible as wisps, I guess.
hopefully it wouldn't realize, that it's us, because it wouldn't lead us to its lair.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll just keep our distance. Be safe about it.
Trace.
Pass without trace and wisp. Is that possible?
I don't believe Windwalk is concentration.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so we do both.
And then, what do you guys think, or do you have a specific idea of what you would like in the ring, Netadion? What you guys would like the ring for?
Something else, like another polymorph, I guess, just to try to bait more nopes.
Sure, that's definitely one thing. The other thing is, how are you guys going to wait? Like,
oh
okay,
right, we have to hide, and
yeah,
Isaiah has the spell for that, so we need that.
Another thing that needs to be done is, by this point, the material, the treasure, and the offering to the dragon would be staged in Alpont. However, what hadn't been determined was where you're going to stage this. So you kind of have the choice of choosing the terrain.
I don't know the specific area, but I would imagine someplace far enough outside of Alpont that nothing gets damaged in the fight that we're obviously going to have.
Okay. So as the day goes on, you notice that members of the Aegis, not the ones that had come to visit, but ones that you know, the ones that are local here to Ambervale and the southern provinces area, including Connor, Tana, Torban, are seemingly gearing up to make a trip. Is there anything else you guys want to do in Ambervale, or start setting up?
Well, I really need to talk to Kina about something that I haven't talked to her about yet.
Okay.
So I go find her and
Mm-hmm.
hey
Find
Kina.
her.
Oh, hello.
So remember when we were all gone for a while?
Yeah.
Somebody said that there was a candle being lit in the window.
She thinks back.
Oh, yeah, that was me. I can show it to you. There's not much left of it, though.
Oh, yes, please.
And she takes you by the hand and goes into her room where they're on the windowsill and basically a pool of drippy melted wax over and around the windowsill is kind of a little stub of what's left of a candle.
Oh, so why were you lighting the candle?
I was doing it for you.
For me?
Well, all of you.
Could you explain a little? Where did you get the idea to do that?
Well, I was out. I was heading to the farm one day to see, well, what I see was over there, and me, I see, and Artet were going to meet up to play. Well, more me and I see. Artet doesn't play much, but on the way there, outside of the town, some guy, or was it a woman? I don't. Well, someone stopped me and told me that if I took that and lit that I things would be okay. I don't know how they knew that I was worried about you and everyone else, but he just said it would be okay if I lit it every night. It helped. I mean, you're here, but even if, I don't know, it made me feel good. You know, I got to think about you and everyone else every night when I lit the candle.
Oh, Kina. And I'm going to, rush over to her if I'm not close enough and just pick her up and hug her.
Do you think it worked?
I think it really worked. Thank you.
Well, then I will need to get another one.
Oh, actually, and I'm going to hand her the one that I was given.
She just looks at it and she goes over and kind of just sticks it down into the kind of tacky wax puddle that is there from the other one.
Maybe we should get you a little holder for it.
I kind of like how it looks when it gets all drippy. It makes cool patterns and stuff. Like it's hanging down like staggerlights or
I know what you mean.
I'll be sure to light this one extra good. Where did you get this one?
It is possible that the person who told you to light the candle actually saved us.
Then it really did work!
Uh-huh.
Wow!
Thank you, Kina.
I did it!
You did. You really, really did.
She just like bug wide-eyed goblin just like when the revelation like happened that this person saved you between the candle and you, Elevorn, like almost in disbelief, but just like, someone witnessing or hearing of a miracle happening, essentially. Childlike splendor and wonder.
Helivarn's trying really hard to keep her stuff together. Her eyes are tearing up a little, but she's really happy to see Kina so happy.
So, along with those members of the Aegis, also noted by you, Era, Roxgern and Naval are packing their things. And Neredian, when next you go into the room where you and Isaiah stay, you notice that his things have been organized as if he's making a trip somewhere as well.
Are you planning to go somewhere without? You haven't even told me.
Well, I'm honestly surprised you hadn't heard. Rather, it seems the day is coming quick against Sidna, but it's not only the four of you who are preparing for this. In fact, should things get out of hand, at the very least, if you lose control of the creature, it manages to get away, and there's no telling what would happen. Whether it would retreat back to some place to rest and recover, or go into a rage, rather, fly around, burning whatever it may. And so there have been requests for individuals to essentially garrison certain places, should the worst come to worse. Myself and other members of the Academy that are here in Ambervale, we are moving on to Crestfield with, I believe, some members of the Aegis. We're going to hold up there. I think the Empire is stationing a similar defensive guard around Alpont and Vasselholm in preparations for the dragon's return.
Huh. Well, I guess I should have thought of that. Maybe, Oh.
Not exactly sure what I would do in facing down that thing. I've heard rumor that they are... Well, there are lots of legends around dragons that want to fill your head with any potential falsities.
Well, you're not the only one who is still a bit lost, about what to do with the... I don't have much. And actually, I'm taking out Incendiary. This isn't gonna do anything against that thing. Definitely, it's it's resistant at least to fire, and I
would not rely on that. Should still hurt if you manage to get it in the right place, though.
Yeah, that's like, I actually kind of was thinking that maybe if I could jump on its head and just push it right into its brain and then
You're a mad
explode
woman.
it.
Why are you putting these thoughts in my head before? Don't be reckless.
I won't be. I'll
Unless
try to
that's
be.
the best option for... I don't know, you... You probably know what's best for you. How you best function, I suppose. And to be fair, if you were on top of its head, I don't feel like there's much way that you could be engulfed in flame from that position, so perhaps that is a safe place.
Maybe. Then again, if we're in its cave... Well, okay, never mind. I'm not going to put more horrible images into your head.
Well.
Though I am a little bit sad that you're also going away, even though... Because partially because, I was hoping you would have looked after the little kitten of mine, but I'll just.
I can take it to Crestfield with me, absolutely. And it's only going to be there until this dragon threat is dealt with, in which case we'll return here to Amberville. It's simply a temporary measure while you're off slaying dragons.
Hopefully, slaying the dragon.
If I say it enough, it will come to pass.
Well, you take care of the little girl, okay?
I will. And just picks up the tressum and just sits it in his lap and kind of pets it. It doesn't seem as comfortable with him as it is with you, and even like tries to crawl and climb out of his arms in your direction.
Well, I'm just gonna boop its snoot and be like, no, you be a little good girl and say what I say and be nice to him.
You gotta reach out your finger and it uses your finger to kind of pet itself.
Of course, I'm gonna pet it. It doesn't have to pet it.
Cannot resist. The charm spell worked. Alright.
Yeah.
Durand era.
I guess I'll approach Roguescar and Naval.
Mm-hmm.
So I take it you guys are headed as well.
They want to contain it, should you not be able to. Simply, redundancy. Just a fail-safe, really, although if the four of you aren't able to stop it, I don't know what hopes we would have. Naval's like, I wouldn't worry about it. Just think of it as a little from work. I mean, Era's already killed a dragon. This is pretty much nothing to her.
No, not really. I mean, I would be lying to say if I wasn't nervous, and sometimes it feels like I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I guess I'm scared, but I know it still needs to get done. And I'd rather me out there with, of course, the very much capable friends that I now have, but it never goes away, the worry. And yeah, maybe I don't mention it often, or I try not to, but this... I'm not saying I'll...
Leans in and glares at you.
Ooh. Yeah? Thoughts? Hello.
Just puts her hand on your forehead. You feeling alright?
I'm gonna slap her hand away, but like not hard. Yes, I'm feeling okay. I'm just saying I'm nervous. Is that... It's just... I feel like I haven't contributed much. I've been overlooking my own spells, slightly forgetful. Maybe it's because I'm not jotting things down the way I used to. I can't, I don't know, but
Maybe you just haven't had the right challenge, the right thing to push you to really, use that intuitive mind of yours. Maybe you've gotten lazy.
if you'd like to swap places with me, just say the word.
No.
That's what I thought.
And I just say that because I know that not nearly as capable or smart as you are. You just need to realize that.
I'm gonna
Maybe.
squeeze Naval's cheeks as she continues to talk.
And continue to talk she does, though incomprehensible.
I'm actually going to look towards Isaiah and...
Isaiah's not there right now.
Oh no, damn, I was gonna say and Neri.
Oh, no, you guys aren't.
Okay, so if
Oh,
that's the
hang
case, then...
You're not all hanging out in Nerdion's room, unfortunately.
No, I don't want to. I guess for a moment I'll think about Isaiah and his spellbook.
Oh, dear.
But I'll leave it at that.
Steal his spellbook.
Deal.
One last mission beforehand. You and Naval stealing Isaiah's spellbook.
No.
Good luck with that.
Oh, I don't think I'll need luck for that, honestly. But that's, you know what? That's a different concern for a different day. I have to be dragon focused, and I'm talking out loud. But like, no context given to Naval.
This whole time, Volkskern has been standing there watching this interaction play out between Era and Naval. And as it continues and it gets closer and they're finished packing up their stuff to the point where they're ready to go, and the conversation kind of begins to wind to a close.
The cat also clearly
Yeah,
wants to play.
I roll a d20!
It's fine.
Fine.
Um,
Volkskern just remember everything that you've learned about this thing. Remember your first time fighting with it. Pause. 60 feet, Era. Don't get closer than that.
— 60 feet. Got it.
60 feet.
And you guys take care as well.
We will. But hopefully we won't need to.
I'm gonna...
Of course, if worse comes to worse, just...
I'm gonna hug them right now!
if we'll find our way to you if you need it.
Squeeze.
Naval is enjoying this. Volkskern seems a little awkward, and although he's just kind of put off a little bit, seems a bit flustered by the embrace. Naval teases him a bit. He straightens out his robes. Well, few days' time, couple days, however long. Let's try that again. I think I could do better. Anyways, you should go and, I don't know, do some smart person stuff, I guess. I mean, how long until you have to fight this thing?
Not long. But I guess not long for us to try again. Then later, right? Okay, I gotta go. But right. Later.
Alright. Durand or anyone else? Is there anything else to do in Ambervale before the four of you meet up to discuss and or head to Alpont?
I think I'm okay.
go, Isaiah places a seeming spell into the ring. Just in case, of course, if you all decide you want to do something different, then simply expend it and replace it with whatever you have. However, I believe Era has access to the spell, so in case you do decide to use it, it's there.
Sure. Thank you. I'll give him a kiss.
Yeah, share a kiss, and the four of you meet up for dinner early that evening. Is there anything that anyone wants to do? I assume that you'll be traveling via tree to Alpont.
Yeah, but before we do, I probably should not bring Belfier with us. So, I was thinking of taking Kina to see Artat and Rizy, like get them all together.
Okay. So Artat, Raizi, Kina, Valfir, and Elavorn.
Okay, so I kind of want to do something, where it would sort of be difficult to keep an eye on Belfier. So I was wondering if you guys could, keep an eye on him and help him, while I'm away for just a little while.
Kina said,
I can do it. Yeah, I've taken care of many animals before. I once had 6 pet mice at the same time.
Wow, that's impressive.
They didn't know it, but they were.
What do you mean they didn't know it?
I mean, I knew who they were, and I would feed them, but they were, they. It's not like I didn't have them in like a cage or anything, and the others in the village that lived in the hut as me didn't really like it that much, but they got really big, so I'm really good at taking care of them.
Well, that is good. But Belfier is a little tricky, so I thought maybe if all 3 of you wouldn't mind helping.
Raizi speaks up.
Yeah. It would. That sounds interesting. I've never seen a creature like this before.
And then she goes and you recognize or attempting to speak with animals, but it does not work with Valfir. And she seems confused.
Belfier isn't quite like, our vulture friend. He's, not... He's not just an animal. He is something a little different.
Oh, that's very interesting. Well, I'm sure that the 3 of us can do it. Yes.
Artat, who is right now kind of like, you guys are well outside of the town, sort of amongst a small like thicket of trees, and right now Artat is pretty stock still, basically looking no different than a tree, and he is the one that the 3 of you are currently resting up against, but the bark behind you as you are reclining against it shifts a little bit as Artat shrugs.
So I'll turn around and hug the tree. Please.
One of the branches comes down and you're kind of shrouded in leaves.
Sorry, you cut out at the end there.
Oh, one of the branches comes down and around you so that you're shrouded in leaves. We'll take care of it. Just sure you come back within a reasonable time. I don't want to be stuck babysitting forever.
Yeah, it shouldn't be very long at all. But yeah, you guys have to, look after each other. Alamar nods, but she looks up at the tree, like,
You can see Artad is looking down at you, and we do. And you don't have to worry about them or me. It's you should be worrying about. They'll be fine here. We'll be fine here. I'll see to that.
if Thank you.
So you guys spend some more time together. The odd grouping of elf, tree, and kobold, goblin, and griffin cub. Before you rejoin the rest of the group Bellevorn. And if there are no more things to be done here in Emberville, to teleport via plants and head to Alpon. Arriving in Alpont, you, within half an hour, managed to find Captain Neal, who is organizing garrisons. There have been stakes driven into the ground around the perimeter of the town, the roadways coming in. There are barrels upon barrels of water just lining almost every alleyway that you walk by. There's an increased presence of both Imperial Guard and Honored Mark soldiers. The ones stationed here at Alpont, just in case the dragon gets by. Many crossbows and ranged projectiles are being both distributed and inventoried, and should you wish, you can be shown the offering, or you can no.
Well, we're gonna see it anyways, right? I mean, we need to get out there.
Yeah.
Put it all into place.
Yep. So, if you guys want to take the time to scout the surrounding area, terrain, you can do that. You can do whatever you want. You have the rest of this evening and all of the next day to prepare.
Yeah, I'd like to look around the area, try to find the best spot.
I
Okay.
was gonna do the same thing also.
If you guys wanted like a better, maybe, well, not better, but a view from flying, I could conjure some animals for that purpose.
Well, I have Gildy.
Oh, right, you do.
Gildy.
And I mean, I don't know how you want to work it, but she should still also, I guess, technically have the Pegasus.
Yeah, that's what happened to my Pegasus because it never. I haven't desummoned it or something.
What happened to your Pegasus, indeed?
It's been a
When's the last
bit.
time you had-
It's been a really long time since it's even been thought up
It's flying back from the fucking sands.
from the desert.
Yeah, you guys teleported away from them. They're like, I don't think they have homing beacons on them, do they? To get
No.
back to you.
I don't know.
Well, Gildy would just resummon. Pegasus might be
Gildy would
gone.
resummoned. No, sorry. There's a Pegasus out there that you can communicate with, but that. Can you communicate with it?
Not that
I
far.
don't know.
No.
It should have come through the tree with us. You know.
Oh, true. It could have, I guess.
Hmm.
It's
That's why I said I don't know how you want to play that. I'm not sure. Do that as
it's
you will.
totally up to you.
Sure. Why not? It just hasn't been here for this whole time. But it's been here for this whole time. But it hasn't. But it has.
It's been just flying around.
It's been just people just randomly seeing a Pegasus and whatever. You haven't heard anything about it.
It's semi-wild.
It's a semi-wild Pegasus.
Yeah. But I think in general, I kind of wanted to check the area around on foot, probably.
Alright.
Since we still have a few days left, I'd like to try out the Glove of Warding on just like a random item to kind of get an idea.
Okay. Well, what random item and what are you glyphing into it?
Let's see. It could be a rock. Doesn't have to be anything extravagant.
Rock.
Unless someone wants to offer me gold for no reason, but like I think a rock is suitable. As for, I guess the let's see. So okay, so is it the trigger that I'm setting up, or is it a different? It's a different type of spell, right? That triggers.
Yeah, you can. So, I think that you have two options on how to use the glyph. Go ahead and read it real quick while I handle the people scouting the terrain. So, I guess Elva, you said you're conjuring animals and getting them, or at least you and Durand, an aerial view as Netherdion surveys and scouts the ground.
Well, he said he had Gildy, so I could just
Oh.
wild shape because she wants to be on the ground. I mean, unless,
Sure.
you know.
Okay. So, let's see. Let's have perception checks from those in the air. And there's a survival check from you, Netherdion.
Uh, 11 total.
14.
Okay. I love one.
I use my stats, right? For this, because this is like the mental.
Yeah, and
portion,
if
right?
you and if you transformed into wild shaped into something that had like keen sight, you would have advantage.
Yeah, a giant eagle.
Yep.
It's 19 total.
Okay. So, around the immediate vicinity of Alpont, there are small, scattered farms and farmland. You have to go a few miles out to be away from potentially where citizens might be. Anything closer than that is probably too close to the town to feel safe. You don't want to set up too close to the town, as the Don had said. There are abandoned farmsteads with, it seems like, where people had evacuated. There is a seemingly open field, relatively devoid of vegetation. It's almost like a swath of land that is mostly dead or dying grass and dirt, with some spattered patches of green fit in. And then there's an area of pretty much a lightly dense forest that spans for a long, long, long time. As you are scouting in the direction that the dragon had come from, you don't really want to put it on the other side of the town of Alpont, because then the dragon would have to fly closer to Alpont, and I believe the idea here is to keep it as far away from people as possible, right?
Right.
While still being sort of on like the path that it took to get there, so it doesn't miss it. So you have a number of areas to choose from, each with potential advantages and disadvantages. Netadion, as you're on the ground, you experience much of the same, but a closer, more intimate view of this, and you're also a bit lagging behind, as the ones that can fly are faster than you are on the ground here. But as you guys are seeing these things, and you can be using the bracelets to communicate, so Elevorn or Dadan sees something from the air and relays it to Netadion, who eventually can like scout it out on the ground, and you guys take some time to do this sort of reconnaissance and investigating the area before heading back to discuss what may be best, unless there's something that you guys want to do while out and about. Do you guys have any questions, anything I can elaborate further, any more details that you need about these areas?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I think I'm okay too.
I love one. Do you need any more details?
Well, details don't hurt.
Alright, so essentially you have the town and the area right outside of it. Like, Alpont's not a big place. It's smaller than Crestfield, smaller than Edgecliff. It's the smallest actual proper town in the southern provinces. But even so, around it there are still people that have begun to set up farms, as it's sort of just a rest stop between, like, on the way out of or into Vasselholm, and as such it's kind of started to just based on being on the trade, a very well used trade route and road, it started to build up slowly, and So like it's not as neat or organized as some of the cities, but there are small clusters of people that just have popped down onto any random good land that they have. And getting beyond that sort of loose conglomeration of homes and farms, you get to some lightly thicketed trees and rolling hills, followed by just some grassland with very sparse trees. And then there's an area, maybe about a quarter-mile stretch, that is pretty much dirt and dust, some rock, few patches of grass between the previous area and what would be the tree line for the dense forest that kind of extends further and further back for quite a ways. And then beyond that would be the areas that you had witnessed before. The fire that you guys had been in, as well as the other burned homes that were beyond that don't really belong to any sort of town or city in the southern provinces.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Era, you've got a rock. You've got a glyph of warding. Do you have any questions about the spell for me? Because obviously Era has questions.
My concern with the glyph of warding is that if the item is moved more than 10 feet from where the spell is cast, the glyph is broken.
Okay, so you set up the glyph, you cast the glyph after you guys have set up the bait treasure stuff,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. For some reason, I was thinking of imbuing it in an item, but I forget that I can also use the surface or floor wall.
Yeah.
I'm still reading it. I'm sorry.
It's alright. The one that you're going to want, I believe, is just the spell glyph, right? So you store prepared spell of 3rd level or lower, 4th level or lower if you cast a 4th level glyph of warding. Because polymorph is 4th level, so you need to spend another 4th level for the glyph.
Yeah.
When the glyph is triggered, the stored spell is cast.
And it's only within an hour, so it's not like I can really plan it out. Okay. As a beat of
Where's the within an hour part?
it just tells me the casting time. Oh, the casting time takes an hour.
Yeah.
So preparing it. Okay.
Yes, and you also need the incense and powdered diamond worth at least 200 gold. Whoops.
Crazy. The things I do for killing dragons. Huh.
So, do you have?
If we can
What?
backtrack, I guess a little bit. If we need materials, I can.
You
fund them.
guys have known about this spell for more than enough time to have gotten the required material components. Just somebody mark off 200 gold, or a combination from you guys for 200 gold.
Okay.
You got it, Durand?
Yeah.
Okay. Durand's rich. How much
Thank
money?
God, because
I'm not that rich. Definitely not. It's just within character.
Okay.
I'm doing everything for this.
Alright. And so, you guys head back, or you guys head back to town and you all meet up again, getting ready for the night's rest in preparation for your final day to set up and get everything ready for Sidna's return. So, is there anything that you guys want to do or discuss? You have to choose a location, and small bits of the plan that still haven't been completely hashed out. Like, where are you guys going to be when the dragon arrives?
All right, we're hashing this out on the field, just going over everything. You did mention there were plenty, a couple of trees, right? Like, I imagine we can hide. I do have greater invisibility, but I think that's just for myself and another.
I do have seeming.
Yeah, I thought that was the plan. We were gonna use the seeming spell to hide as cows or whatever.
We love that. Moo.
We would also probably need to visit a farm nearby to give us like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 more so that we blend in with them.
No, just looking.
Or else we're just gonna be
There is a
the
amount
spell
of
provides
livestock
more?
that has been prepared. It was one of Sidna's demands.
Oh,
as well.
okay.
Treasure,
Perfect.
gold, and livestock.
Perfect.
I don't think we would do well as livestock because I don't think she's going to take livestock anywhere.
Yeah, that
Well,
could be a risk. She might eat them right there and then.
But we could be smaller critters that wouldn't be out of place. You know, just
Okay.
not something appetizing.
Like skunks.
It's the band of skunks destroying by.
that'll be the first time I've seen it.
You be a skunk, okay. And Duran can be a turtle.
Okay. Fitting somehow.
Do turtles stay in? Well, you know the best, Solomon. You know about animals
You
more
know
than
best.
I do.
Just all these random. Okay, you're a
There's
sea
land turtles.
otter, and a
Land
skunk,
turtles are a
turtle,
thing.
A sea otter, and a zebra.
A zebra.
I mean, we could
That's
also
my kind of team.
What did you say, Nemo?
I have crazy ideas all the time. They just kind of come to me,
Throw
you
them,
know?
throw them out
I was
there.
like,
Hell yeah.
let's be dragons.
Oh, can we?
Well,
Like-
we got here first. Finders keepers, fucker.
Right? Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
Different
I don't
color
think you can appear that much bigger.
4 dragons against 1. I
True.
mean,
It's a red dragon. It's going to take us on no matter what. Sorry, meta knowledge.
do we know that for sure?
Not our characters, but I do. So we could play it.
Does
I
that have to be a
guess.
creature that we need? Oh, wait. Ignore me.
Sans cam froze or something.
Biscuits.
Am I lagging, or is it? You guys are kind
I
of
think-
robots to me. Is it me?
Hello.
It is you.
Hello?
Okay.
I think we're fine.
Better. It's better now.
Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of like borked. Your cam was borked for a moment for me, but I could hear everybody fine.
Okay. So each creature can seem 1 foot shorter or taller.
Damn
so
it.
you'd have to be very short dragons.
Baby
We're-
dragons.
They were baby dragons.
Just a bunch of red baby
Oh
dragons.
my god. Alright, if we're... Can you imagine we all turn into a bunch of baby red dragons and we're like, Mama!
Mom!
Mama!
What did you get?
She adopts, cares for you, and you just guys are just like, I get this is not bad, and that's your life from now on. Campaign over.
But we don't have seeming. It only lasts for 8 hours.
Well,
Those will be the best 8 hours of our lives as children to a red dragon.
What would Bahamut say to that?
Hey, it's me here. I'm not Durand right now. I would love to be a dragon for 8 hours and be the fucking child of a dragon for 8 hours. Where
we
do I
could
sign
even
up?
stage it. We could, like, you know, put chains on us and stuff, like they had captured us somewhere, and she could feel bad, but no. I think she'd just go attack them then. That would make her mad, right?
True.
Maybe.
She seems angry enough.
Yeah.
I am not going to give any input.
If I wasn't Durand and I wasn't so goddamn serious in this campaign, I would definitely do something fucking stupid like that. I'd love it.
Dude, does the campaign need to get stupider?
Well, no. Well, it's not. It's not stupid. Stupid's not the right word. It's just like this is crazy.
Out there, you know, the kind of
Yeah,
D&D
this is-
stuff you read about on the internet.
Exactly.
It could work. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
totally like. I mean, it is, but you know, there's no telling what her reaction would be. But who doesn't like babies?
Right? Even red dragons gotta love babies. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if, like, I wouldn't bet money on it, but maybe.
Unless they're like the jealous type, and it's like another lion coming into the pride, and then they exterminate the young. You know,
Right?
that
There's always
could
that chance.
backfire.
But so, some sort of forest animals or some other kind of creatures, right? So it wouldn't eat us or just
Gophers.
Rats.
Up out of the hole.
Sues cows. Eats squirrels.
Cows. Squirrels. You're all squirrels.
You could all be squirrels with me. It would be great.
I mean, yeah, I was a squirrel. You made me into a squirrel one time.
I mean, everybody at once. That would be amazing.
Those would be pretty big squirrels.
Oh. Yeah.
Squirrel party.
Deer? We could be deers, right? Those move in herds, or whatever you call a group of deers. I don't know.
Beards.
Yeah, what is it going to?
Yeah, but deer are like cows.
Deer are tasty.
Yeah. That is seeming to be the case.
Pack of wolves? Big dire wolves? I don't know. Would we be too big? What are forest animals? Moose?
Hide in plain sight as cows. Or baby red dragons, I don't know.
Well, whatever animals we're deciding to go as, or whatever, just tell me and I'll use the spell when have to. But I don't. Otherwise, I don't have any ideas. I don't know enough of the forest animals and stuff like that.
So, what are you guys thinking? I don't want to get stuck on cows or nah. So, what thoughts are we having?
I was trying to be in character.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. Other than that, there is just twirling the ring, just trying to
Okay,
think.
so I have a question regarding, like, if we decide to put polymorph as the trigger.
As the spell in the glyph, yes.
Can't you put it a day
Okay.
before?
Right, but let's say we. Oh, okay. Well, it's.
If you
it's
put
not
it a day
so much-
before, then you don't lose the spell slots.
Right, but we polymorph it. Then what?
Well, the idea would be that we would be baiting its ability to not get affected by a spell. And then we can do whatever the fuck we want. We can hit it with something stronger.
So we're gonna
We
polymorph
can,
it and then heat it up.
But the plan was to
Is
so Nair is supposed to hex it.
Lower its, what was it, strength, I think?
Yeah, so that it could. There's a higher chance that it gets stuck in the cage.
Mm-hmm.
That happens no
believe-
matter what.
I believe the thing was your glyph of warding is going to be sort of twofold. One, it's going to try to get rid of one of its nopes, and two, it's going to be kind of your go trigger, right? Where Netadion would set off the hex, Dran would throw the cage, basically, and whatever else it happens, whether it's like Elevorn earth binding or some other thing from Era, I think you guys were going to target its saving throws like pretty much all at once to try to get
a burst, yeah.
Yeah.
Would less help with the throwing of the thing?
It's a ranged attack, so yeah, it would, right? You do make a ranged attack, isn't it, Durand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It only lasts a minute though.
So
The bonus
that's
action?
another thing. That's another thing is who's gonna throw it. Like, does Durand have the best dex? Because it would just be D20 plus dex, right? Because I don't think you're proficient in metal ball.
True.
With enough practice, he could be.
There hasn't been enough time.
I
Have
know,
we
but I
decided-
need to practice.
I bet.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The spot that we chose, could we go over it again? Like where we're going to be placing the glyph specifically, and then because regardless, I know I have to keep my distance, right? If the point of me is to continue doing whatever I do far away, at least minimum of 60 feet. So I guess from the point of origin of where we decide to put the trap, I would like to then at that point survey and figure out a best spot for myself.
So if you wanted to do that, you could definitely do that tomorrow. You have tomorrow, so even if you cast like
Yeah.
the glyph and stuff the next day, you would still have the rest to get all you guys' stuff back to full.
Nice.
So, I don't believe that a spot had been chosen though.
Okay.
So Didond and Elevorn and Netadion, you can like discuss what you saw as you were out there and come to a decision on where you want to set up the trap.
I could like try to draw a map sort of to help us, like, so we can draw on it or something.
So what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, we would figure it out based off of our map.
Well, what location do you want to set up the trap in?
I'm kind of leaning towards the open area with just dirt and dust, so there's less stuff to catch on fire around us immediately.
Yeah.
You know,
Agreed.
there isn't going to be cover, but maybe I could do something about that. I'm not sure. But that was sort of the area that I was thinking, and there's also like the tree line. So we could try to put it so we're not too far from the trees. I'm not sure the range on everything that it can do with the fire. The fire out of its face.
Alright. So, you guys discuss more before heading to bed. The next morning, you head out nice and early with some of the soldiers as well as some beasts of burden carrying large carts full of chests and gold and treasure and jewelry. As well as people leading about, let's see, there are 12 head of cattle that are also being led along. So you guys get to the area where you would like to set up. The treasure is organized into a pile, set right there, ready to be. So you mentioned the tree line, Elevorn. Did you want to put it close to, far away from? Were you planning on using the tree line? Where do you want the treasure? Out in the open with as little burnable stuff around it, or what?
Well, like I said, I am not sure. The distance that the fire travels from the dragon. So I mean, it's pretty far though. It seems like. So
The distance that the dragon's breath is?
yeah,
Well, that's 60 feet.
yeah, I know that. I don't think Eleanor knows that though.
Oh.
You know.
No, I
So,
think I would have already brought it up by now. That it's kind of essential to be 60 feet away from the fire, and if not, then I guess I'll mention it now. Ideally, I would say it would be better to have the treasure out in the open. However, concealment, maybe the tree line would be a good idea. But I also understand we also have to be with the cattle if that's the plan that we're gonna do.
All right.
And if you don't want to risk things getting on fire, I mean, the tree line and the tree is just like that doesn't lead to anything, right? It's just like a shit ton of environment.
Basically, so essentially, coming from the trees this way is towards Alpont. This going into the trees is away from Alpont. The dragon will be coming from this way if it follows like the same path that it had before. Does that help her at all or no?
Let me see.
You can anticipate the dragon to be flying in from this way. So over the trees into this clearing area that you're going to be placing the trap. It's going to be flying this way.
Oh, well. We could also potentially set the trap, the treasure ahead, so it would essentially be distracted by the treasure. And we can come from the tree line and attack then and there, because it wouldn't suspect us.
Open as possible, and then you guys are back here, so that as it's flying up, it sees the treasure maybe doesn't see you. Like I said, it's slightly dense. It's possible that you could get cover from it, but it's not like a thick forest canopy.
No, but if we were to blend in, maybe we could be birds on trees. Dragons wouldn't want to. In my opinion, I don't think dragons would pay attention to birds.
Big birds. You can only be a foot taller or shorter. But maybe just deer in a forest might not be assuming. If going back to whoever brought up deer before.
Mm-hmm. So potentially, my thoughts are maybe setting the glyph of warding somewhere as it pass. I'm not. Well, I would have to double check. Maybe passing by a certain location before it reaches the treasure instead of like at the treasure. That's just an idea. I don't know. If you guys want to stick with the treasure and you think that's a better outcome, then I'm all for it. I'm just throwing myself to the wind.
The thing is, it does have to be within the range of the spell. So what is
and the spell glyph of warding?
Polymorph has a 60-foot range, so
It's perfect. Sorry. Crazy. Now 60 feet is too close to the tree line.
yeah.
Crazy. Bueno.
So it seems like on the treasure's probably the thing, maybe. What's the range
Yeah.
of your ball trap thing, Durand? Does it say?
Let me look for it.
$60 as well. And you do get to add your proficiency bonus. So that's 60 feet. And I think Hex is longer than that. So.
Hex is 1 hour concentration.
Yeah, distance though.
Oh, the distance 90 feet.
90? Okay.
90.
So yeah. Do you want it within 60 feet of the tree line? Seems like that would be the plan, right? If you guys are sticking with the glyph triggering being the go, Duran needs to be within range to throw the cage ball. What do you think?
To me, at least, I guess.
60 feet is fine. Yeah. Almost everything is 60 feet anyways.
That puts it pretty much right in the middle there. If that's where you want it.
Oh.
Of course, Harry, you don't need to be within 60 feet of it when it lands and stuff.
No, I mean, I have range for my abilities. What I'm thinking is because I could also. So the glyph of warding would get prepared. Well, it would be casted within the same. Oh no, yeah, prepared beforehand, enough for me to rest over.
Yep.
That being said, when the dragon, let's say, activates the glyph, I'm still able to cast a separate spell, right?
Yeah.
So then
Yeah.
I could also use potentially slow to
You
help
could use
minimize.
slow, or you
Yeah.
could cast polymorph as well. Like you could double up on
Yeah.
polymorph. You could do it, yeah.
Double polymorph.
Yeah. Get through.
Double poly is bad.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. Yes! Okay.
But then you would have to be within 60 feet.
Oh yeah, at that point I would. But slow, I'm just throwing it out there. It's 120 feet. 120.
There you go.
Double.
You could do that. Yeah.
Polymorph.
Alright.
So, if it is polymorphed, we will give it an HP cushion of whatever it's polymorphed into. But at the same time, it's not a dragon, so that's kind of the point. And I don't know if that's like the point to like capture it in the ball while it's polymorphed, because then it's, can we fight it while it's in the wing haver stopper thingy?
Yeah. It's not like an all-encapsulating thing. It's basically like a Think of it as being like covered in silly string, but the silly string is made of metal.
Yeah, but like then we let it go.
No, it stays in it, and then we attack it for as long as we can while it's trapped inside, avoiding the front.
And if it doesn't escape, is what she's asking, I believe, because the plan is to let it run away, right?
Oh, if it doesn't escape, then
I mean, I also have Big B's hand if we wanted to try to grasp it even further. I guess.
no, I'm trying to think of what to do once we want to let it go, because I don't think this thing has like a stop button.
Well, that's why I was asking if we wanted to use the wing haver stopper right now or later. You know, I don't know. Like 'cause I
Earlier,
think we can only use it once. you
yeah,
know?
earlier probably better. Other than later.
Yeah, I think she's asking like whether it's not in this fight or the fight that you guys anticipate having in the lair if it gets to that point.
Oh, I see.
I think that we're kind of getting lost in analyzing every possibility. Because right now we're thinking about the wing haver stopper works, and then we do too well, and then we have to let it go, and then it's suspicious about why we let it go, and so it doesn't go back to its lair. Is that the line of thought there, Nimue?
Well, something like that. Just that it won't be able to leave if it fails the save, right? It'll be trapped in
Yeah.
the ball. So
Yeah.
how are we going to follow it to its lair if it's trapped in a ball? That's all. That I just had a little bit of a conflict of, like.
Sure.
What? I mean, I get confused a lot, so maybe I just don't understand something.
No,
So I was
I don't
like,
think you understand.
First part's just gonna be harder.
well, I have. The other thing to sort out is like what exactly all of us, the actions we're all going to take, and like who is the best person to throw the ball, or like we probably need that hex, So I guess.
Yeah, the hex. If you're wanting to use the ball, the hex is good. So even though Neri would probably be the best one to throw it, because she has the highest dexterity, she can't do hex and throw it at the same time. With a held action, like with a reaction, essentially, is what you guys are using.
Well, we still have some time, so either I could take like enhance ability and like enhance somebody's dexterity instead of bless.
Yeah.
She could blow action surge.
It's a reaction, not an action. That you guys are the initial trigger of the glyph is you guys are holding an action, right? So it will be your reaction to use it.
Oh.
But also, do we want to use the ball immediately?
No,
that's...
I don't think so. I think it would be considerably better to save it for the second portion.
Okay. So at that point, hex isn't necessary.
But I can still do it if you guys want me to, but I mean, it still gives me 1d6 extra.
Doesn't hurt, I guess.
Yeah. But I don't have to do the ability thing. Maybe. I mean, I can.
How long does it last?
An hour. Concentration.
So you guys are out in the field right now, walking the tree line as the treasure has been placed and set up. Those that had brought it in and had led the beast of burden that had been carrying the carts turn and head back to Alpont. The cattle that are here have been tethered to stakes that have been driven into the ground and placed not too far away from the treasure itself.
Okay. Well, my action's going to be to get the stake out of the ground when the dragon comes.
So you're gonna run over there and
Or I'll just be waiting there, like ready to rip the stake out of the ground and be like, run to the woods!
waiting there as a cow.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Why not? This is gonna go well.
If you want. So,
Oh, I
Era, are you? Yeah, getting a lot of clickety clack. Are you going to be glyph of warding, 4th level, and polymorph on the treasure, right? With the of the dragon being close by, within range.
It would seem so. So wait, are we still doing the hex, or are we no longer doing it because we're not using the ball? Because
I mean, I can do
either-
it anyways because it gives me 1d6 extra necrotic damage. I just don't necessarily have to do the ability thing on it. It's to give me extra damage.
I have maybe one more suggestion, but I don't really see a point in it. Really, because if we're not really going all in and we're needing to hold back or save on items, I don't know. I mean, I have something like Sleet Storm where I can make the terrain difficult, where it would maybe, I don't know, want it to leave, but I'd prefer the polymorph, to use the polymorph, but it all just depends on how we plan on following up and how much we're investing into the moment plan. Because
I have Sleet Storm prepared as well. So
Oh, nice.
if you want to handle, if we want to do that, basically, you can hold Polymorph and I can hold Sleet Storm, or the other way around, whichever way you want to do it. I can help.
What does Sleet Storm do?
So it allows freezing rain. I think within a 20-foot fall cylinder. It's a 40-foot radius altogether, but it does create slick ice, so it would make it difficult to rain. But I mean, it doesn't.
For
I
anyone?
don't think it's really going to.
Because if it makes it difficult for Neri, who is 80% melee, and myself, who's 100% melee, doesn't really make a sense to use Sleet Storm.
So then polymorph would be the best one to go with.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, we use polymorph. We wouldn't use Sleet Storm then, because we're not trying to make it difficult for Neri and Rond.
Unless we climb on its back.
So, another question is, what is the polymorph in the glyph of warding set to? What beast?
Chicken.
Trying to turn this thing into
chicken or or a fish or.
If we turn it into a chicken, is it still gonna be fire resistant?
No, it's just gonna be chicken.
Is it still going to be fire breathing? Is the question.
Can it be
Roast
red?
chicken.
Can it be a red chicken?
Roasted chicken. Okay, so a chicken. Should it succeed? Okay.
We can.
I'm going to probably hold polymorph as well, so have it as a safety measure in case the first one misses. I think that would be a decent idea.
Yeah.
If not slow, which I'm also okay with.
Well. All right. So. It seems like next day, 2 days at least, the whole of the southern provinces has slowed down to a standstill, basically, waiting for this moment to pass, waiting for the outcome of what is going to happen with this red dragon. What is the future going to be for them should things not go according to plan? With friends as allies and members of the Empire's guard and army stationed miles away, garrisoned at nearby towns and cities, the four of you are out in a relatively empty field, miles and miles from any other living person, with a small, medium-sized fortune, about a dozen cows, and each other for company. For all intents and purposes, you could just take the money and run. Who knows? Maybe that's the... Is there anything else that you guys wish to do? Or are you all prepared and all set?
I'm prepared.
The night before, you guys are maybe a couple hundred feet into the tree line. It's warm enough that you don't need a campfire for warmth as the sun begins to set. The four of you sit around, tents made, sleeping bags ready, but maybe just a twinge of nervousness in the air. It's the last night before the return of Sidna, and who knows when she will be coming. Does anyone have anything they want to do or say?
Oliver's going to lean back and look up at the canopy of trees, or whatever canopy there is, the stars. She would say, it's been nice, right?
It has been. Yeah.
I mean, that kinda goes without saying, yeah.
I mean, I think we've done some pretty good stuff.
We have, but there is more that we all need to do. That much I know. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Oh, Elevorn's going to jump up to her feet. Be like, I forgot to tell you. Did you know that the Dawnbringer disciple person was in Ambivale?
Sunbringer.
Sunbringer, fine, I can't remember, I'm sorry.
You can remember Dawnbringer, you always call it that when we talk. Never mind.
The good subclass in Destiny.
Maybe that's why. Anyways, Elevorn had just brought up something and I so rudely derailed the whole situation.
Anyway, whatever.
Stop!
I mean, when? Like, wait, what? When?
Well, we were away, going to get your mom and stuff. They were in Ambervale, and they gave Kina a candle to light and told her that if she did, you know, everything would be okay.
Well, everything did turn out okay. So,
Well, they were there to make sure of it, huh?
that thing is so a bit confusing. So this guy is going around and just handing out candles and saying that you should light it up and sort of pray or something. But why? Kind of like why are they doing it?
What were they called again?
The
Sunbringer.
Sunbringer. We've met them before in Worthy. I mean, we didn't meet them in Worthy. We heard about them in Worthy, and on the way to Worthy, it was just like a reoccurring thing that people were lighting candles and just being asked to remember.
And they traveled all the way to Ambervale, and I must have been distracted. That's... Well,
Yeah,
the candle worked, right?
that's what I mean, is they went all the way from Ambervale and then somehow were there on that island with us when we needed them to be there.
But I mean, so they can kind of like teleport to places, and so that means that they aren't exactly just human or just a normal person, but I'm honestly a bit confused about that. Just why are they doing this? Are they trying to gain followers and be the most biggest god or something that has the most followers? Or I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I guess I mean they haven't done anything bad yet, right? So it's but too much to think.
Well, if lighting a candle can guarantee our safety somehow, shit, I'd be fine with it.
I think
Did we? Go ahead.
maybe it's a little bit like seeing is believing for some things. I mean, in Worthy, people were totally hopeless, and understandably so. They didn't have a reason to have hope or to look forward to anything. I mean, we stepped in and saved that guy.
Maybe.
And yet, this person was like, just have hope. Still believe that things will be okay. And that is very much what we've been doing. We've been going around trying to make things better, sometimes.
But at least to my knowledge, I'm not definitely doing it on that under that person's name, sort of course. So I don't think. Should try to do more research on that guy or something, or about the whole candle thing, but I don't want to think about it too much right now. Have to try to focus on this stupid dragon.
Well, that's kind of why I brought it up, because, if we feel like things aren't going to be okay, how can they be okay? You know what I mean? Like, I believe in each of you, just so that you know. All of you are probably stronger than you're willing to admit to yourselves.
I believe in all of you guys also. I mean, we wouldn't be here if, you guys wouldn't be strong and enough.
I suppose I don't need a candle to have faith in you guys. We've pulled through before, and I know we can do it again.
If I hadn't given my candle to Kina, I probably would light it right now. But, she has it there and she's doing that, so.
I mean, maybe it is best that she is doing it over there in general, I kind of could give away our point of location.
About 3 days travel northward. In a fairly decent-sized home, way too large for the little goblin girl who's staying there to fill on her own. There is Kina, lighting a mostly melted, short, kind of warped candle, as well as a fresh one never lit before. Stares out the window for a moment before hopping down to run into the kitchen and raid the pantry.
I know there's gonna be such a mess again when we get back home.
Clear skies tonight. With the knowledge of what tomorrow will bring in your heads, you realize that you do need to get sleep. And so eventually, each of you does find rest. You wake up the next morning, fairly early, unsure of exactly when Sidna will arrive, hoping that the path that the red dragon takes will lead her in your direction, where she will spot this generous offering to her. But as you guys wake up and break down your camps and go over once again the details of your plan, let's go ahead and take a break.
There's gonna be a chicken there.
There's gonna be a chicken. What? But why? Oh yeah, this is a chicken. You guys check the treasure. There's a chicken there.
Baron is over there.
No, the dragon already came. Got polymorphed. Couldn't resist it. Guess we win. Ba, 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 the end. Alright, see you guys in a bit. So you're good at the edge of the tree line, Dylan? Did you want to be further back? What do you want to do?
Edge of the tree line's fine.
Okay. Alright. So the dice around Elevorn represent cows. Just so we're all aware. Are we all back?
Here still.
I'm here.
I'm here.
On you, Dune.
Oh. We have been back.
Are we have been back? Okay.
Yeah, I thought we were positioning.
It's fine. It's all good. So, morning comes. You all check your weapons. Nedadion, you look over your daggers, make sure they are sharpened. Dran, your sword, and put on your armor as well. A little help from the others. Get everything latched up. All nice. Still clean and gleaming from when you had prepared it just a few days ago. Era, you look over your spell book. Just spells that you already know and have committed to memory already, but you just feel the need to go over them again. Just in case, just to be that much more ready to cast on a moment's notice.
While we're getting ready, could I give or help Dron with like the salve to try to lessen fire stuff?
Okay. I
Damage
believe you have
and-
three
And then-
uses of it.
Yeah, I was going to apply it to myself, and I don't know whoever else wants it.
Basically,
Era?
what it does, I think Era already has fire resistance, don't you?
Extra.
Yeah.
What the salve does is a topical ointment kind of like concoction that gives you resistance to the next instance of fire damage, and then its effect is gone.
Hey, I'm sorry. I have a quick technical question.
Yes.
Regarding turning into an animal. If I can't have a spell ready if I'm an animal, right?
You can. It's
Oh, I
an
can.
illusion. It's an illusion.
Ah, I see. Okay.
You're not being polymorphed, it's just an illusion.
Okay. Oh, but wouldn't that still be betting that he doesn't have true sight?
Yes.
That's crazy. I'm with it. Okay. I mean,
Well, yeah, if he has true sight, he'll just see Elvorn standing amidst a bunch of cows.
oh my fucking
She
god,
does,
that's good. It just got worse for me. I mean, like everything. Okay. I mean, if we're already risking and bisking it, then I might as well just stay in range for polymorph. Like, there's no like, if we're already gambling that bet, and unless somebody has an objecting whatever, then I'd rather stay by the tree line as a quote unquote deer, but still be in
Okay.
range for polymorph. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Sorry.
No problem. So that's where you guys are all going to be when you guys are prepared. Right now, you guys are still getting ready, so you're not in the areas where it's reflective right now. So if any last minute pep talks or whatever want to happen, last minute anything. If not, just let me know. It's on you guys. Run the show, please. Right now, it's very early morning, pretty much just after dawn, maybe 5, 6 in the morning. When you awake, the cows are where you left them. The offering of treasures undisturbed where you left it. If Sidna has been here, you didn't recognize her passing, and she didn't recognize the offering.
After, well, I mean, some of the self stuff, is applied and whatever. I think, put Windwalk on us, but I think it lasts like 8 hours, does it? So
It does
maybe,
last 8 hours.
but it has like a long cast time, so.
It takes a minute to go into the mist form and a minute to come out of it.
No, I mean, the initial cast is, well, I guess maybe not too long.
I have, I guess, both an in-character question, and just general question. The time of day, does it vary between attacks that we know about from previous?
You haven't you haven't recognized a correlation.
Okay.
It's pretty much at the dragon's whim. It seemed.
So has the dragon's whim varied between day and night?
It has.
Okay. Weather?
Doesn't seem to make a huge difference.
Hmm.
But there hasn't really been any weather in any of the times the dragon has shown up. You're not sure if that's related or not, though. Once you are all prepared, the four of you gather around. Neredian, are you casting Seeming?
Should I cast the swimming now? What do we want to be even?
I
It
wanna
lasts for 8 hours, so
cast Death Ward.
How long does that last?
8 hours.
Okay.
that still doesn't answer my question, Duran. Do you want me to do it now or not?
Well, you just see me waving my Bahamut pendant around and cast a spell.
So,
Okay, fine.
as
I'll
you guys stand around and are preparing, Duran takes out his pendant, chants a quick prayer, and there's a sort of just a dull glow around his chest, his heart area, before it fades back to normal.
I'm not sure if I gave a time of when it was going to come.
Oh, I guess I'll take a precaution and just cast Mage Armor. It lasts for 8 hours, so there's that.
We got a lot of 8-hour stuff going off right now.
8.1 Dragon arrives.
I suppose. I mean, what time is it now?
So it's around 6 in the morning.
wild shape into something, um, and just like lay around. Would that count as resting, or am I not resting?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's what
wild shape.
resting is. No.
Okay, fine. I'll just polymorph or not polymorph. I'll just wild shape into like just a cow or something. Yeah, a cow. So I'll
Okay.
just like hang out with the cows as a cow
Okay.
because that lasts several hours, and
Yeah.
I don't think the dragon's coming in the next hour, so I could rest.
Yeah. So
Just
Elevon begins grazing with the rest of the cows.
Maybe I will wait on that death ward then, if it's 6 o'clock in the morning. If it's early morning.
Well, when are you waiting till?
The sun's a little bit higher.
When the sun gets higher, so that the treasure is gonna just when it's at its brightest, of course.
Yeah, the sun's
Okay.
probably 6 o'clock in the morning. It's just rising. I doubt. I don't know. Just taking a guess here. I doubt the dragon just woke up and it was like, all right, time to go get my treasure immediately.
Okay.
So I'll say probably, I don't know, 9 or something. And I feel like the sun's a little bit higher up in the sky, not just barely going up the horizon.
Okay.
Which would probably be a good time for the what is that? Seeming? Is that the spell?
Seeming.
Yeah. Timing.
Alright. So, as Elevon is out with the cows grazing, and the three of you are standing in the tree line, biding the time, the sun slowly climbing its way further up into the sky. An hour passes, 7 o'clock comes and goes, another hour, 8 o'clock comes and goes. If not for the waiting, the anxiousness of this creature's arrival or not, you guys find yourselves looking back through the trees towards the sky. If not for the tension, it would be pretty peaceful here. Not much except for the slight rustling of leaves in the breeze, as well as the sounds of a group of cows grazing. 9 o'clock draws nearer. And you guys cast your preparatory spells, including Seeming. So now Neredian, Drand, and Era appear as deer. I would like everyone who has perception as a proficiency to make a perception check, please.
21.
23.
Alright. Durand, Cowlivorn, maybe a little before 9:30. Through the breeze, you can hear a slight rhythmic beating. Before long, Elevorn, since you're out of the tree line, you have a bit of a better vantage point, but the mouthful of grass that you found in one of the patchy green areas, you see a speck on the horizon. A small red speck. That as the minutes draw on, grows larger and closer. the sound of the wings beating getting louder and louder. Durand,
And
You
I
notice-
begin to moo in fear. No, I'm just moving to alert the others, but yeah, I'm totally freaking out, but yeah. The California is freaking out now. She's like,
within a couple minutes, Durand, Era, Netadion, you hear it as well. Even as the dragon, maybe a little less than 100 feet in the air above the tree line, beats its wings. It pushes against the branches and leaves, causing a gust of wind over you. It flies over the tree line. Elevorn, you and the cows around you are cast in a shadow, the shape of this large red dragon. Sidna has arrived. Durand, Netadion, Era, from your vantage point on the tree line, you can see the red dragon's head look down, around, and crane back towards where Elevorn is and where the treasure is gleaming in this early morning sunlight. Begins to turn and swoop back around, making a second pass a little bit lower, this time seemingly scouting out the area before landing. The dragon lands. A bit further back than where it is right there, but looks around. Whatever counts for a grin or sneer crosses Sidna's face. What, is there no one here to greet me? Couldn't expect anything else from the people, cowards as they are, but they seem generous, at least. And with each step the dragon takes, just an audible thud. But perhaps a snack first. Shame none of them arrived. Would have liked some variance in my meal. No matter. And as Sidna steps closer and closer to the treasure, suddenly, from within the pile of chests, gold jewelry, this arcane glyph begins to glow and light and shine through. What is this? And she makes a wisdom saving throw as the glyph of warding triggers, casting polymorph on the red dragon. That is a 10 to save, Era. Does that save?
Yeah, it saves.
10 saves?
Oh, no, it doesn't save. It doesn't save. I save. Sorry, wrong mentality.
Alright. With this, you can see the dragon taken off guard, confused. What is this? As the spell gets cast, and you can see along the body of the dragon, which its form seems to begin to shrink a little, feathers beginning to sprout from its scales, but then shudders and reverts back to its form. Sidna has used one of her legendary resistances to then resist the spell.
the stick gets out of the ground.
Suddenly, Elevorn, as a cow, rips the stake out of the ground, and the cows, who have been in unison, freaking the fuck out about this dragon being right here, immediately begin to just scatter and charge off. Some of them heading towards the three of you in the tree line, others just going in other directions directly away from this dragon here. Actually, Elevorn, could you make a wisdom saving throw, please? As the cows scatter. Etc.
That's a 24.
Okay. Despite you freaking out on the inside about this, you are still somewhere deep within, resolved in the face of this dragon and are not feared. Era, do you have anything held that you would wish to do? well as Bond or
Yes.
Nevidia?
And the second polymorph.
Alright, second. A cast of polymorph from the tree line.
Could we
That-
say I'm running towards it while she's doing this? So I can
Okay.
maybe get in range of the D4
you
minus?
held the dash action, I suppose?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a 15, Era.
Failed save.
And again, legendary resistance to resist. But this time, now aware of your presence, watching as this deer charges forward out of the tree line towards it. Sidna looks in confusion, sees through to you, Era, where the spell had cast from, looks to you, Durand, and you can see a moment of contemplation, but then using an investigation, passive investigation, as you get closer. You again! Netadion, what's your held action?
Oh, Toll the Dead, actually, because I might need to save Hex for later.
Okay, so Toll the Dead is a wisdom save.
Yeah,
13.
it saves.
Okay, so nothing. And with that, as Duran, you charge forward, Era, you release this spell, the dragon taken a little bit by surprise, but now you can see seething with anger. Duran, as you get closer, you can feel the heat emanating from this creature. You can see the flames welling up in its throat and dripping from the corner of its mouth. Everyone, please roll initiative.
$15.
20 total.
I got
16.
a 6.
Duran.
16.
Okay. And as all of this happens within an instant, Era, you cast the spell, you see it begin to take effect, but then the dragon almost wills itself to resist your spell. Supernaturally, it would seem. The eyes of anger, seething rage towards Durand, towards you who had cast a spell on it. You're standing there just within the tree line, your spell book out in front of you. You're up first.
I'm going to attempt to slow it. Oh wait, I'm gonna move back first, away from, maybe a little bit, just come
Back within, like kind
Can
of through the tree now.
can you
Yes, but move me towards the my left.
Towards Nerdidion or away from you?
Yeah. That right. No, away from Neridion. The opposite. Excellent. Yes, perfect.
can you hold on to them? Unless you think it's gonna go before I do.
Okay.
And
I
if you're
guess I'll-
confident that you're gonna slow it. I'm just saying because I can try to lower it by
Okay, I will.
small amount.
So I'll communicate that I'm going to start casting slow.
Okay, so through the bracelet, and then you begin to cast and hold the spell focused on the dragon. So you're currently holding the slow spell. If it gets to your turn again and you haven't released it, you lose the spell.
Would I be able to give it a specific trigger?
What trigger do you wish to give it?
Duran 5 feet within dragon.
There you go. That sounds like a best opportunity. I like that.
Okay. So you begin to weave the spell, and as you have the arcane energy for this spell within your hand, you hold it there, waiting. Next up is Sidna,
Fuck.
who takes to the sky.
You could just cast it now then. If she's gonna leave. Use the reaction.
I guess if I'm able to use it as a reaction.
You can use your reaction at the end of Sidna's turn, since it didn't fit the trigger that you had specified.
Got it.
What is she doing? Sidna moves about 20 feet into the air, recognizes you, Daran, turns. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please, as a torrent of flame actually circles around. Elevorn and Daran, dexterity saving throw as the dragon hovering, wings beating, blowing back your hair, Elevorn, and you can feel just the strength of this gust here as the flames come down at an angle and scorch the earth where the cows had just been, and the two of you caught in the flames.
It's a 15.
Okay, it's a fail.
22.
That is a success. So, Dran, your shield goes up, and thankfully, because of your broken shield master, you take no damage as your shield protects you and you block, and you can feel bits of yourself being like singed, but not enough to do damage, as behind you, Elevorn is completely engulfed in the flames. Elevorn, you take 53 points of fire damage, halved to 26 due to your salve. The salve is no longer active on you. After breathing the fire, Sidna flies further up and over the tree line that way. Actually, she wouldn't be able to get that far. Pretty much directly over where you are, Nedadian.
Oh, fun.
Durand, your turn.
You can use slow if you want.
Oh, yes, you can cast slow.
Duh. All right. Let's do it.
Alright, that is a dexterity save, I believe.
Yes.
It's wisdom.
No.
Is it?
Oh, it actually yes. It's
Wisdom?
Yeah, I think mine is dex.
Yeah, 18 wisdom.
Okay. That is a 13. So, you can see as Sidna is there, suddenly the wings slow. Still hovering there in the air, but the movements are now sluggish. I believe she now has disadvantage on dexterity saves, -2 to her AC, and can only take an action or bonus action on each of her turns, but not both.
no more than one melee, even though it's breathing fire, but just throwing that in there.
All right. Sitting around. You are really that foolish. I thought last time we met, you would have learned not to cross me. Her words slowed and sluggish as well. Anyways, Daland, it's your turn. As a glint against the sunlight, flying in. I assume Gildy's around somewhere.
Yeah.
Although he is kind of broken and doesn't stay on his stand as well as he should.
No. Okay, I love them all the same. What do I do?
It's a good question. What do you do?
Getting on him is half my movement. Is that how that works, or is it an action?
Yes. I believe it's half your movement.
My movement. Get on him.
All right. Mount up on Gildy, who is not staying on his thing at all at this point.
That's fine. You could just use Gildy as both of us, I guess, for the time being.
Or I can use you as both you and Gildy.
Yeah, that works as well. That's easier for you.
So, kind of swooping down as a glint of gold in front of Sidna's face, her eyes and head moving, trailing behind Gildy as they're in slow motion. Gildy comes down by your side, Durand, and you hop on to his back. I'll say that whatever Gildy's movement is, he used half of it getting to you. So is it 80 or 90 feet that you have on Gildy?
Crap. Let me pull up. I think it's 80. I think the Pegasus was 90.
Because this was 90.
Yeah, his is... no, I'm wrong. It's 60.
60. Okay, so you have 30 more feet. What are you doing? Slow is nasty.
What's the range of this?
What are you looking at?
Bless.
I believe it's a 60-foot range.
It's
Either
30.
30 or
It's 30.
You could position yourself to get you, Elevorn, and Neri. But there's no way to get all four of you.
Yeah.
It's either Elevorn or Era is going to be left out if you want to get maximum people.
Let's do Blast on myself, Neri, and Elevorn, and then
You're going to have to move to do that.
that's fine.
So on the back of Gildy, you fly up and bless to Elevorn, yourself, and Neredian. Gildy climbs in the direction of Sidna over the tree line.
this a bonus? It's not. It's an action. Okay. That is it. That is it. Yeah.
Alright. Nadidion, your turn now, as with each slow beat of the dragon's wings, you can see leaves being stripped from the branches above you. You are currently in the direct shadow of Sidna. You can see in front of you where Elvorn had taken the quite a painful burst of fire, but she seems relatively okay. The earth scorched to near black in the area that had been doused in flame, but it is your turn. Sidna currently about 50 feet above you.
Stupid dragons and they're flying. I'm first gonna use Stole the Dead on it again. I'll try to.
Okay. Alright, so looking directly up, you can see it through the trees. Each beat of the wings kind of pushes the tree line, whatever sparse amount of it is above you, and you reach up directly above you, casting Toll the Dead. That is, yeah, that's a save. That's a 20.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I don't know. I don't really have any other options to try and parkour myself up over there. I'm gonna try to get on it.
So you're staying directly beneath it, or are you heading somewhere?
I'm gonna go up a tree if there's
Oh, okay.
parkour my shit way up there. Up on a tree.
So your second story work, it's easy enough to climb without losing movement. The tops of these trees are maybe about, say, 25 or 30 feet up. So it's still like 20 feet above you, and you're currently in the branches, in the leaves. But definitely closer.
I don't have much.
You can see Duran had swooped in with Gildy. Right now, you're at about level height with Gildy and Duran, but he is further out of the tree line than you are.
Just gonna look at Rond a little bit, but then back to the track and like, get back on the ground, you big fat lizard. I don't know. That's it. I got nothing else.
Alright. After freeing the cows and being scorched by Sidna, watching as she had almost been chickenified twice, Elevorn, it is your turn.
Okay, so do I try to polymorph her or bring her down? I say quickly, like just shouting.
Bracelet. Oh, shouting not into the bracelet.
I could use the bracelet. Yeah, the bracelet makes more sense. Bracelet.
I guess polymorph works as bringing it down.
Polymorph.
All right, we're going to get within 60.
Okay. Let's see if you can. With her being 50 feet up, you're now within 60 feet with 30 feet of movement. What's up?
Don't polymorph it because it's going to lose polymorph when it hits the ground. Because it's going to have like 2 HP as whatever we turn it into. And it's going to take fall damage.
Like a walrus or something.
Maybe hold it.
No, I mean, well, I don't know what's the range of the other spell, but I guess polymorph doesn't work anyways because she can't reach it.
Well, yeah, never. Like if he's too far away, right? Obviously for that to work.
For
so
polymorph, yeah.
instead, I'll just I don't know.
Right now,
If like
maybe-
I forgot about the vertical. Like when I said it, like I was just like.
so do
you
you not want to get closer then? Or do you
No.
want to do
I don't want to get closer.
Okay.
I was only doing that so I could polymorph it.
Fair. It's
Okay,
fine.
so
It's
I'm
fine.
gonna try to cast Earthbind on it.
What's the range of Earthbind?
300 feet.
That is within range.
Holy
I should be able to do
crap.
What is the saving throw?
It's unfortunately a strength saving throw, so
Okay. Let's see. Might roll bad. That is 16.
it just saves.
Oh no, 9 plus 7. So you can see with the slow, unfortunately slow doesn't give any detriment to strength saves. The dragon seems almost like it's being pulled to the ground directly beneath Sidna. These yellow strands of energy begin to lasso around her claws and legs, but she pulls herself out of them and they snap, and Sidna is not bound by the earth. Any movement or anything else, Elevon?
She's bound.
No, it didn't work. She saved.
No. Just barely. Anything else, Elevon? Any movement?
Can I go hide behind the treasure?
Okay. Elevon runs around here and starts to bury herself in gold coins.
No, I'm not burying myself in gold coins.
Wait,
I was
does-
just, like ducking
like
down,
leaves,
you know, like
just like leaves at the base of the hill against the goblins.
yeah, okay, fine. I'm just like
I'm
McDuck in the.
just ducking down behind the treasure. She wouldn't burn her treasure, right? Anyways, at the end of your turn, Sidna is going to use a legendary action to make a perception check. Okay. Just scanning the area after being assaulted by a number of spells. Just trying to get a bead on potentially where any of her enemies might be. That leads us back to the top of initiative order and to you, Era. You can see the dragon up at an angle about
I was me.
30 feet or so above the tree line, 25, 30 feet above the tree line, 50 so feet above you. And currently, its focus is mainly on Duran and Gildy.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's not good. Okay, let me not do that. Sheesh. Okay, sorry. Okay, I would like to prepare synaptic static.
Okay.
Hold it until I feel it's going to attack.
Okay.
And I would like to position this for it to hit probably like because it doesn't I think necrotic psych damage.
Well, it's not near us at the moment, and I'm preferably going to go into melee range in a second, so it'd probably be better to do it now rather than later.
Okay, so then what I'll do is I'll use the spell above its head to maybe try to get it to lower itself, if that makes sense.
Okay. So what is it's an intelligence save?
It is. Yes, it's an intelligence.
Okay. That's a natural 20. So 23.
Rip. All right.
Yeah, saves, unfortunately. Any movement from you, Era? You just ducking behind a tree somewhere.
Well, it still takes damage even on a.
On a failed, it takes half?
Yes.
Right, so go ahead and roll your damage.
Thanks.
Synaptic scan. Mental fireball.
All right, 16. Wait,
16 points of damage. Was that what you rolled, or was that with the half?
that's with the half.
Okay.
It's 33 total.
Okay, yep. So 16 points of psychic damage. As Dran, you can see it's almost as if the dragon just got like some painful sound radiating within its head. It kind of it cringes and shudders a bit, eyes losing focus for a moment before snapping away from you, Dran, peering through the tree line towards Era.
Oh, and if possible, I would like to rummage in the trees.
Okay. So just like full-fledged away?
Yeah, more towards, I guess, where your hand's coming from.
Okay.
Perfect.
Just
Thank
I'm gonna run off your world. Fuck this shit. As you're running away, the sort of sluggish, booming, still voice of the dragon calls out, I thought you were Ash. Looks like I have a job to finish. And it is now Sidna's turn. Sidna's going to fly further back.
I'm just gonna yell, coward!
And it's now pretty much above Era, looking down through the trees. You can see the frustration, and you can see just beginning on the underside of her belly up towards where the base of her neck meets her chest, the welling of orange and bright red energy from beneath the scales and skin. It doesn't seem like she has her breath attack again. And that's Sidna's turn. Durand, you're up.
Everything it takes to get within melee.
Alright, so that's dash action.
If necessary, yep.
60 feet within 120 feet, you would be able to get up there within melee on Gilby. You and Gilby are within melee.
Yes. Bonus action, Shield of Faith.
Okay.
Um. Okay, yeah, that's it.
That's it? Alright. At the end of your turn, Durand, I would need you and Gildy to make dexterity saving throws, please.
both of us.
You're both within range. As Sidna begins to kind of angle herself in the air towards you, almost like standing up in the air, her tail coming out from underneath and kind of heading underneath you and Gildy as well, and she beats her wings ferociously towards you, knocking Gildy and yourself off balance.
What the heck is his dex? So his was a natural 20, plus 2 is 22.
Okay.
Mine is a 12 plus saving, right?
Saving throw, yes.
Mine's 16.
Could you make another dexterity check for me?
Dexterity check.
For you, just Durand.
16 flat.
All right. So as the wings beat and Gildy, the strong gusts and air currents threaten to throw off his ability to fly. He manages to stay in the face of this dragon and beat its wings back against it and stay hovering. You, Durand, however, get knocked off balance, off of your position, riding Gildy, tumbling backwards down the length of your dragonelle to the point where you're at its tail. You are falling off of Gildy and you reach up to grab his tail. You do so and just slip off and fall. Gildy is still up there. Durand, you fall prone. Initially, you take 15 points of bludgeoning damage from just the wing attack, and then the fall. You take 19 points. So if you have anything concentration-wise, you're gonna need 2 separate saving throws, Constitution saving throws. Each one must beat a 10. Elevorn, Netadion, you guys watch as Durand falls through the tree line and then lose sight on him. Era, from your position, you can see as Durand falls through the tree line, you hear the sound of a smaller branch snapping as his body impacts and falls through it, and he lands hard with a thud on the ground at the base of a tree. Actually, did you add Bless to your saving throw, Durand?
Oh. True, I do have Bless. It's a 1.
Not enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
You needed a 4 to be enough.
Oh my god. The saving throws are the same. It is 13.
So, you're good. Elmar Gildy with this vaguely gold-colored
Wait a
dice.
minute, if the creature attempts to cast a spell with a casting time of 1 action, roll the d20. Oh. I have to roll the d20. But it doesn't cast anything.
Are you talking about slow? Yeah,
No, I'm asking you.
it wasn't casting a spell, so.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Also, thanks for reminding me, at the end of its turn, it should have made a wisdom saving throw. That is a 19, so it is no longer slowed. Because I don't believe your DC is 20. Alright. So, like I said, Elevorn, Netadion, you watch Durand fall off of Gildy. Gildy still up in the face of Sidna, which I suppose, well, Gildy used its action to dash, right? So that's that. Duran. You're laying on the ground, the wind just knocked out of you, maybe a cracked rib or two. Your vision goes hazy and sort of tunnels for a moment before coming back, and you can just see through the whipping of the tree branches overhead. Gildy looking down, concerned towards you in the face of Sidna, the red dragon. Nerediando, it is your turn.
Fun times. Fucking stupid dragon running away.
Ninja jump through the tree branches?
Yeah,
That's
because I honestly was thinking that, like, it's just, what's the point of going down necessarily only to having to climb back up and...
Go ahead and make an acrobatics check for me. As these trees, again, it's lightly dense. They're not, branch to branch, so it's going to take some leaping.
$25.
25. Like it's nothing, from branch to branch, Neredion, you leap at running speed. That's about 30 feet right there, as you are staying on the canopy top or near it, heading towards the dragon. Any dash, anything? What are you doing
Yeah,
now?
I was gonna ask, so, I mean, dash probably works, so I'm gonna use dash. Do I need to
Okay.
make another roll?
No,
or...
fine.
Okay.
So another 30 feet gets you into a tree that has one of the lower branches having been snapped. You are in the tree just above where Durand has fallen. So that was your bonus action and movement.
Yeah, I'm not close enough to the goddamn dragon still.
Still like 25 feet above you.
Well, this time I'm just gonna try to throw my shadow blade at him.
Alright, go ahead and make an attack roll. As the sun is breaking through the whipping canopy, occasionally the leaves above break the sun's light, and through these shadows you reach out and grab and come back with a blade of dark, shadowy energy, which you turn upwards and toss towards the dragon.
24.
That hits.
Okay, so 2d8. So 9 points of damage. The Shadow Blade deals the psychic damage. So,
Okay.
and I'll do Psionic Strike right on it also.
Okay, so that's an additional d6?
Yeah.
Alright, so the shadow pierces through its skin without causing a wound or breaking it. As it pierces up through the jaw of Sidna, you can see again the eyes sort of widen and shiver a bit as your blade assaults the mind of the red dragon. And pushing further with your psionic energy, the blade goes deeper. For how much more damage?
5 more extra damage.
5 extra damage. Nice.
Force damage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Actually, it goes to 6 because I always keep forgetting the intelligence modifier. I
Oh,
roll
okay.
a 5 on the die and
5
plus
plus
1.
1. Yep, gotcha. Alright. Is that your turn?
That's my turn. It's
Nice.
like still yelling at it to get down because it's a stupid ass chicken flying away.
Elevorn, it is your turn.
No! And then I run towards Durant.
Okay. That's 30 feet. Just running over the treasure, kind of knocking some of it over, the gold coins spilling out of her chest, but who cares?
Okay, so how far away is Durant now?
Dran now is about, I'd say, 75 or so feet. Maybe a little less. Yeah, about 60 feet actually. I was just eyeballing it, but I was wrong.
Okay, so okay, so right where, like, he's right exactly 60 feet away.
Pretty much. Like maybe even like 65. It's very close. What are you doing?
I don't know what.
You don't know what to do?
No, I don't know what to do. It's like I could cast Healing Word on him, or I could try to put up a wall of water between the dragon and everybody. Like, I can't tell where everybody else is in relation to, like, where Sidna is, and, like, if a wall of water could be put in front of the dragon or not. And the range is 60 feet, so.
The range is 60 feet.
Yes.
Yeah, no, you're not close enough to place it between anybody. It would be pretty much right on top of Duran. So he'd fall and then get waterboarded, basically.
Okay, so okay, sorry. There's so many things running through my head. I'm like, ah. I'm going to use my bonus action to do a healing word on Duran if I can reach 60 feet.
Yes, you can.
Would I also be able to then cast another spell, or is my action only like? Or is it like?
So healing word's a bonus action. You would be able to cast, basically, if you're going to cast 2 spells on a turn, one of them has to be first level or lower. Because technically you're not supposed to be able to cast 2 leveled spells in a turn, but we've been playing that you can cast 2 leveled spells, but one has to be first level, no higher. Do you understand, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast a healing spirit on the ground near Duran at
Okay.
4th level.
Okay.
And then I'll use my action to um would I be able to use my bow?
Yeah, you'd be able to.
And add
Yeah.
Fey Blast to it? Would
Yeah.
that's okay? Okay. Alright, I'm going to do that.
All right. So, do you want to roll for Duran's health, or is it at the start of his turn? He would get some now. We've ruled it that way. So, how much is a 4th level healing spirit?
So, that's
Just tell Dune how much it is, and he can roll for it.
I can find out.
it should be 5 because it's 1d6 and then it increases by 1d6
Yeah.
for each slot above second. So
And you said
5d6.
4.
Yeah. Or it doesn't not count. It doesn't count the first level, so it's 4 then. Yeah, right?
So second level is 1. You said, right?
Yeah.
3rd, 4th would be 3.
Okay, 3. Yes, sorry.
All right. So
been
Duran,
a
go
while.
ahead and roll. It's all right. Same for me. So Duran, you can go ahead and roll 3d6 hit points. As Elevon, you knock the bow. The pinkish purple swirls of Fey energy surrounding your arrow. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
It's 23 to hit.
23. Yes. The angle is weird, bizarre, as you have to kind of go through the tree line to hit with the branches and leaves whipping around. You knock the bow after casting the healing spirit spell and just trace. You loose it. It whips up, cuts through some leaves right by Netadian, around Gildy, and into the underbelly of the dragon, followed closely by the swirling bolts of force energy that then impact the creature. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's 23 total.
23 points of damage. Nice. Below Netadian, you see these large red droplets of blood pooling around the wound in the arrow and dripping down onto the forest and to the floor beneath the trees. Is that your turn, Elevorn?
Yeah.
At the end of your turn, Sidna's gonna whip around and face Gildy. Her wings picked up speed, her movement back to that of her normal speed, the slow spell having been resisted. Turns to Gildy, the sneer of just disgust and hatred on a primal level. The tail lashes around to attack Gildy. That is a 16 to hit, Gildy.
Yeah.
Okay. Gildy takes 12 points of bludgeoning damage as the large tail of the red dragon slams into your dragon now. However, at the other one's turn, now it is your turn, Era.
So regarding poison damage, because I have Serpent's Eye, which can, I believe, change an element of any spell to poison. How would
Yes.
that allocate in damage? Is it just converted to a different element?
Yeah, so think of it like instead of casting fireball, you cast poison ball, basically.
Excellent. Well, that's. When we're in a little pickle, aren't we? All right. I'm gonna draw.
Does Bigsby's hand action have to be used immediately?
So you're saying cast Bigby's hand and then hold the Bigby's hand action?
Yeah.
And what's up with you guys trying to hold actions all the time all of a sudden? I don't see why not.
It's risky because I can try to reduce it, make it smaller, so Bigsby's hand could actually probably grab it. Becomes half of its size. If, of course, it works.
Right now, who is the dragon focused on?
Looking up, it's hard to tell. At this point, you had just witnessed it lash out and hit Gildy with its tail. So, about half a second ago, its focus was on Gildy.
Okay. I am going to move me forward, as in like
Towards the tree line?
See, let me hold on. Let me zoom into my actual screen.
Like away from the dragon, towards the.
I kind of want to. So my impression is to maybe provoke the dragon to focus on me while having resilience sphere up. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do that. So move me further back, like towards the edge. So because if it's aiming at me, I don't want it to cone any of the others.
So like here or further up?
Yeah, further up. Yeah. Away from the tree line. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to hold resilience sphere until I feel it's going to attack me, but I will use can I speak to it, or is that an action as well?
You can call out. You can yell at it. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, in Draconic, I'm going to spite it. Are you really that surprised to see me that you're so weak you can kill me the first time? Pathetic. And I'm even shaking. I'm just going to hold resilience sphere until I feel I have enough attention from it.
Okay. Make an intimidation check.
A 22.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right. At the end of your turn, ability to make another dexterity saving throw, please. As the dragon is going to use another wing attack.
Natural 20.
No, guild.
No,
guild
you-
not you.
Oh, oops.
Yeah.
18.
18. So Gildy takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage and falls as well. Landing prone, maybe about 10 feet away from you, Dodon, and taking an additional 19 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall. So 34 total. Afterwards, the dragon is going to move half of its movement, afforded by the wing attack. Around here. And now, it is Sidna's turn, who flies around out of the tree line, facing back towards you, Era, and growls out in Draconic towards you. Big talk from the weakest here. Food should not be so mouthy. Suppose I'll finish off what I started back in that ragged city of yours. And having recharged her breath weapon into the trees, a geyser of flame towards Era. As seeing the fire well out, the jaw of jagged rows of teeth opening up to see that ball of flame forming in the back of Sidna's throat. Bubble. Yeah.
Bubble.
Bubble. And as the trees in the vicinity and brush in the vicinity of our cat flame, eventually the initial burst of fire clears to reveal an unscathed inside of her hamster ball of force Era. Well, that's all Sidney can do. Right? It's done.
Oh. Hello?
He dead. Gone. Wait. He back?
You're
He lagged.
robotic and neither. There we go.
Am I back?
You're
Yeah.
back, at least me.
Okay. Durand, it's your turn.
You can restore to heal hit points now.
Oh.
I mean, you should have already. You can do it
True.
again, I think.
Yeah. So another 3d6 as you start by sitting up, and you can see through the trees, part of them, as well as the canopies, beginning to catch on fire, smoke rising from maybe about 30 feet in front of you, getting a beat on the dragon. You can see it outside of the tree line in the clearing. Your vision is still kind of swimming, but you quickly reorient yourself as you sit up. What are you doing, Durand?
Oh, I'm taking damage. What does this work again? I've only done this one other time.
What happened? What?
The Thought Divider. First level.
Oh.
Level spell.
Um,
So 1-1.
so are you
No.
concentrating on more than one spell right now?
Yeah. Bless and
how many? What?
Shield of
How many
Faith.
and what level?
Bless and Shield of Faith are both level 1.
So is it 2?
1-1.
I think.
2 damage. Yeah. 2 damage.
Okay.
This
And
one time.
remember, if you hadn't already, that all of your concentration checks should be at disadvantage.
Yeah,
while
no,
you're
I know.
concentrating on abilities.
My last ones were like 15 and 9, and then 19 and 9. That's what I got last time with the
Gotcha.
well, this 9 and 9.
Both you and Gildy can use half your movement to just get up and shake off the cobwebs from having fallen nearly 50 feet. Luckily, you had some sturdy wooden branches to break your fall on the way down.
I'm going to start hurting with this Thought Divider because I'm going to use Aura Vitality
Okay.
and heal Gildy, and also probably get him to go through the spirits.
Okay. So Gildy gets up.
That is
So Gildy has
5.
10 more feet of movement after moving through the spirits. So you can do all the healing stuff that you need to do. All the healing spirit stuff and your aura vitality.
Alright, and now whatever leftover movement I have, back to the sky.
Back to the sky. Okay. So you mount up on Gildy, yeah?
Yeah.
So you guys are kind of going up, but you're moving through the tree line as you only get like about 10 feet up.
That's fine. We'll say we're getting up there. Like we just started. Take off.
You're beginning, yeah. You're both still kind of shaken and rattled, but you're getting back into it and feeling better from the healing spirit and your aura of vitality. Next up, Netadion. The dragon's still about at this point maybe 10 feet, 15 feet above the tree line. It had to come down a bit, and 30, 40 feet in front of you.
Will I move my normal 30 feet
Yep.
close to it?
To the tree line. This
Try,
gets you
try
to
to
the
go
edge.
up also. I'm trying to constantly go up. Upper.
Okay. So you're at the top of the tree line. You're 25 feet up.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
at the
Oh, yeah.
edge.
I forgot.
Yeah, you're at the edge of the tree line right now. And the dragon itself is, like I said, like about 15 feet up, and about the dragon's maybe about 35 feet away from you, both vertical and horizontally. So 35-foot distance diagonally away from you.
Fuck. So weird. What? I'm gonna kind of like try to throw my shadow blade like on a specific spot on its body, kind of like where the wings are start, coming.
Okay, so like the shoulder area.
Yeah, like around there somewhere. I know I can't like do it.
You can try. It's gonna be a higher AC.
Yeah.
And since it's beyond your normal range, you're gonna have to make that attack with disadvantage.
But what if I'm gonna use lucky? Then it's
You
just
can,
normal.
you can roll with disadvantage, and then if you don't like your roll, use lucky and then just roll a single d20.
Yeah.
Alright, so go ahead and make your attack roll with disadvantage, and then decide if you want to use lucky or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna use
Single d20 now.
$27.
27. That'll hit. So what are you throwing?
My shadow blade.
All right.
So it's the 2d8 psychic damage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
And I may be adding that fucking thing again. Also that
Yeah.
sonic strike. So 12 points off from the shadow blade.
Okay.
A total of 4 from the sonic strike.
All right. So 16 total. As you throw the blade, it strikes exactly where you were aiming. However, it is psychic damage. It's a different effect than what a piercing or slashing weapon would do in that area. So you can see the dragon is still racked, but there is no wound or cut where the blade impacts, as it again is psychic damage in nature.
Yeah, but it's also kind of partially to try and trick it to think that I'm aiming for that certain spot. So
Okay, mind games with mind damage.
yeah,
You're staying there at the edge of the tree line.
yeah, because I don't. Yeah, I got
Okay,
nothing.
that leads us to Elavorn.
Hello. I'm not totally freaking out still. Everything is fine. This is going well, even.
You can see the forest, the trees caught on fire, the fire beginning to spread. At this point in time, the smoke hasn't completely lifted or cleared. You're unsure as to the status of Era. I mean, you could check in with however, but you can't visually see Era for the smoke and flame right now. The dragon, however, is right there. You are completely within its shadow.
Okay, that's cool. This is great. This is not a problem. So yeah, I'll use the wrist look and be like, anybody alive?
Alive, but I need uppies. I need to go higher.
Nervous, obnoxious laughter, as I did not take damage.
Nervous and not laughter. Yeah, don't forget your blessings. That's Duen.
Yeah, even I forgot it.
I'm feeling really blessed right now.
I'm hanging in there. I'm actually good, to be honest.
I don't know. How does this work? Hang on. Let me see. Sure. I mean, it doesn't say it can't be, so why couldn't it be? Can I just cast a tidal wave on the thing in the sky?
What?
Yeah, the dragon.
What? Hold on.
What's the
say
collateral damage here?
Maybe
Hold
I'm
on.
too nervous and I missed something.
Hold on.
Oh?
Give me a second.
Okay.
Give
I'm
me a
sorry.
second.
If this was Pokemon, and
Yeah, right?
and the red dragon
Flamethrower
is basically
underwater.
a Charizard,
Yeah.
dude, surf
I
on
don't
a
know if
Charizard,
it
that's
is.
it.
Oh, wait, it's Xanathar's, isn't it? I believe it is.
A title.
At least I wasn't able to find it in the player's handbook.
It
I have
is.
the up
Tidal wave, it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's Xanathar's.
Okay, you conjure up a wave of water that crashes down on an area within range. The range is 120 feet. The area could be up to 30 feet long, 10 feet wide, and 10 feet tall. Nothing about it says that the water has to be on the ground. The last little part says the water then spreads out across the ground in all directions, but it doesn't say that the tidal wave itself has to travel along the ground.
That's crazy. A water
What are you doing,
appears
Elevon?
from nowhere.
Yeah, just randomly.
Well, it would appear from nowhere anyway.
But true.
Can I hit the dragon and try to extinguish the fire? I don't want
You
force burn. So like in that direction, you know, like I want it to like actually land on the dragon though. So like if it disperses in that direction, you know.
Alright, so
I don't know what's gonna happen,
Elevon,
Era. Sorry.
you begin to cast your spell nearly directly above you. Durand Nerdian, you can see where the air behind the dragon, above where Elevon is, begins to sort of shimmer, almost like heat waves in the distance, except now you can see it's starting to... The air is starting to condense behind the dragon to form a wall of water hovering there in the sky. A wall that grows taller and begins to move rapidly towards and across the dragon, crashing down on top of it. What saving throw does it need to make?
Dexterity, please.
Okay, unfortunately it is no longer slowed, so that's just 7.
Well, hey, it doesn't succeed on its. It doesn't dodge it.
Alright, so as the sound of just the raging ocean just appears behind the dragon and fills you guys' ears, drowning out the sound of the flames, drowning out the sound of the dragon's wing beats. It looks back and almost does a double take as it's in disbelief of what it's saying. How could this wall of water just have appeared behind it in the air, crashing down on the dragon with such force that it brings it down, slamming it into the ground and then cascading over the fire with which it had just breathed towards you, Era, who, in your ball, are swept away in the current further back.
I love it.
The fire's extinguished. Elevon, go ahead and roll dragons for the damage. As
Roll dragons through the
Yeah.
day.
Oh my god, this is awesome.
Sitting in a pool of like mud, muck, and water now, the dragon is prone.
That is 27 points of damage.
Okay, 27 points of damage from the tidal wave, and then 23 points of damage from the 50-foot fall. No, it was less than 50 feet, because I had said it was only about 15 feet above that, so it's 40 feet, so let's go and roll it again. 13 points of damage from that. So what was yours, 27?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
40 total. You hear the thud, it shakes the ground where you are heavily, Elevon, to the point where you nearly lose your balance. Nerdian, where you are, the tree that you're in sways and shakes that you have to go and hang on to the trunk to avoid falling over. The dragon stirs, you can see it. The muck had been splattered. Some of the mud that had been caused by the tidal wave and the dragon falling has splattered onto you, Elevon, like 20 feet away. Is now laid, covered in muck, mud, water, and probably a few broken bones as it landed pretty nastily on one of its hind legs. You can see it's bent at an odd angle.
Okay, so can I move my healing spirit to be on top of the rock again and kill him?
Yes.
And then use my movement to move all of the direction that's not near this.
Alright. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't think... Yeah, so... Duran Gilding? Like, if you boop them with it, they can heal, right?
Yeah, that's
no?
what I wanted to do. I want them to heal again with it.
Okay. Trying to think, did we always run it this way where people could benefit from it twice or multiple times in a single round?
I don't
What is
remember.
it? Move the
For the first time
sphere.
on a turn.
On a turn. Okay, yeah, sure.
Or starts its turn there, you can use it.
Go ahead.
So
3d6 for both Durand and Gilda.
Yeah,
Oh,
for the
okay.
first time on its turn, or starts its turn there.
Mm-hmm.
sorry, you're rolling, right?
Yeah.
Who? Me? Oh, he is. Okay. Alright. And with that, Warhorn's turn is over. The dragon is simply going to use legendary action to right itself and get out of the muck. Its red scales caked with brown, sticky mud now. You can see the wings kind of flexing and shaking loose mud and dirt off of it. Era, it is your turn. Currently kind of just, you got pushed back to about there in your bubble.
Okay.
So now as the smoke is replaced with rising steam from the recently extinguished flames, you can see through the dragon that is dirtied, a bit bloodied, and it seems to be avoiding placing one of its hind legs, too much weight on one of its hind legs.
Um. I want to drop my sphere yet. Okay. Roll me over towards Meridian. Not like towards her, but like in the general direction.
Since it goes
Say,
after you,
difficult terrain moving your sphere. So half movement. What's up?
since it goes after you, you can hold a spell again until after it finishes, and then drop the sphere and cast it. That's something you want to do.
You can drop a concentration spell anytime you want. That's true.
Or
No, so what I'm contemplating is whether I should damage it further or not, because I know we're not trying to technically kill it. We're still trying to get back to the lair.
Yeah,
From
we're still
my
trying to get it
So I
to
don't-
leave and then follow it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. The safest option, in my opinion, is to keep the sphere up and hold a damaging spell if you want to. It could even be, you can change Firebolt to poison, right?
Yeah, I can.
That way you're not losing a spell. You can just hold Firebolt and decide whether it's worth dropping the sphere for damage or just fizzling out a cantrip. Or you could do it to a spell too. I mean, whatever you want.
I mean, it was between either Firebolt or Slow. If we wanted to slow it again, but even if it's slowed, like, would it really retreat at this point if it's hurt? I don't know. I guess you're just gonna have to find out, guys. Oh my god. Okay, I am going to hold Resilience Sphere.
You're in a resilience sphere.
No, right. So I meant like
You're always holding on to the resilience sphere spell because you're concentrating on it. You can just drop concentration whenever you feel like it.
right. So if I wanted to drop it, let's say after the dragon's turn.
Yeah, that's literally what
You
I
can drop
said.
it whenever
I
you
know.
want. You literally- yeah.
But I can still hold firebolt, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bolt
Let me
or
cast
ball.
disintegrate. No, I'm just kidding.
Bolter ball, yeah, true.
Bolt or ball.
Is it the cantrip or the 3rd level spell that you're holding?
No. I'm doing the can't. I'm not trying to kill it right now. So
Okay.
I'll just fire bolt it poison damage.
Bolt.
Oh no! Wait! I'm gonna hold the
Holding
spear
it.
until after it's turn.
Well-
And then
Gotcha.
Something else.
Yeah.
I don't know. It hasn't taken that much damage.
I
mean-
I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
bolt-
no,
but-
excellent. Okay, excuse me.
I
May I fireball level 3 poison it? Thank you. After its turn. After.
Just hold on to level 3 fireball, yes.
Alright. So at
Well,
the end of
I
your
don't-
turn, what?
I
What?
mean, you said that I was wrong. So if I'm wrong,
I didn't say that you were wrong. I said you guys have done a decent amount of damage.
Oh my.
I can look. All right, baby. I don't want to hurt your feelings. Your poison ball's not killing it.
Okay, so then I'm gonna poison ball it.
Just like right now, or you waiting until after?
Oh no,
Mm.
I'm gonna wait safely until
Alright. So at the end of your turn,
Yeah.
it's going to use its wing attack. Nobody around, but it does get to move up to half its speed, which takes it into the sky. Then on its turn, Sidna is going to let out a roar of pain, anger, and anguish. Elavorn and Netadian, need you both to make wisdom saving throws.
Neri isn't like 15. Is it 15 feet? Or is it 10?
No.
It's less.
Either which
It's-
way, she's further
Either
than
way,
that.
she's too far. Okay.
But there's bless, right? Still.
Yeah, you
Blessed,
still have bless.
blessed, yeah.
Add your
Which, by the way, did you
d4s.
take your damage, Duran? Oh no, it hasn't circled back to your turn, has it?
Yeah, I haven't gotten any damage yet, and I'm gonna drop it before my turn.
Okay.
I don't want to take like literally 20 something damage or something. It's a lot right now. It's 3 spells at a total of 3 times 5. Well, that's not that bad
15.
either.
Like I said, I might need to, like I told you when I gave that item, that might need to be tweaked.
You're like, oh, this might be tweaked.
It might need to have like a
Teeny bit.
base, like 10 plus or 5 plus that equation or something like that. I think that's more in line with what it should be. But even for Paladin, it's still just busted, because who cares?
Yeah, it's still worth it just using those smites without having to drop concentration on something else.
Yeah. Anyways, what are these wisdom saves?
19.
Alright. You said 19?
Yeah.
So you both save against the fear. As you can see, the wounds, the obvious chinks in the armor of this dragon as it calls out. Still, this strength, anger, loudness to its voice that those close to it kind of is a little bit painful.
So be it. If you wish to doom all of the people in this pathetic land, their blood is on your hands.
And Sidna begins to fly away from Alpont, back where she came. Blood, mud, dirt dripping from her scales and body. The one sort of limp, broken leg dangling beneath her as she uses full action and dash
Oh,
to get
my
about
fireball, please. My firebolt, I mean.
firebolt. Go for it. Parting shot. Get about maybe 150 feet that way. But before she gets quite out of range of the firebolt, go ahead and make your attack.
I meant ball.
Oh, fireball, so it's a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah.
Poison ball, that is a 11.
It hits.
Yeah, go ahead and roll damage. 3rd level, since you didn't specify higher.
$33.
33 points of damage as the poison ball explodes with force underneath Sidna's chin, swarming into the mouth and nostrils. She flies through it, but is coughing, gagging up black and green smoke as she continues to fly away. What are you guys doing?
Converging on Elevorn.
Yeah, I'm gonna start running towards them too.
Alright. So, Sidna, you can see Elevorn as you are running towards the tree line and everyone is running towards you. Sidna's flying at an angle and is giving cursory look back towards the rest of you. Seems to be keeping an eye on you while you're in range. What are you guys doing?
I'm going to fall over. And oh no, I'm hurt so bad I can't even stand.
Make a deception.
I'll
I'm
crouch,
just gonna
I'll
yell-
crouch
yell
down
at
and
it.
I'll crouch down and heal her.
I'm just gonna yell and but get back here, you freaking big fat lizard who's such a chicken.
Lizard chickens, okay.
Yeah. I don't
with
know.
with Neri, old man yells at Clouding, the dragon. Duran bending down and healing Elevorn, and Elevorn kind of like nursing an injury. Go ahead and make that deception check with advantage, Elevorn, to maybe try to convince the dragon that it is not going to be followed. Is the play here.
Trying to hurt its ego because it thinks it's such a mighty one. So
Do I get to use bless?
You would, I
Bless is
guess.
not new.
Okay,
I'm
Oh wait, but it
okay,
doesn't do
fine.
anything. No, it doesn't. It doesn't affect that.
No, it doesn't affect that. But
Unless
lucky
you're
word,
attacking
maybe.
yourself.
So it's a 21.
21. Okay. So as Nedadion calls out from the canopy top, you guys are sort of around the tree line under the tree that Nedadion is at. Era, Durand, Elevorn all converging on one another. As you're putting on this performance, shielded by Durand bending down in front of you, Elevorn, you are casting the Windwalk spell, right?
Could
That's how you
I
guys are gonna follow it.
actually
Pass without trace first.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So pass without trace and Windwalk. By the time the minute passes, where you guys transform into this mist form, the dragon is not but a speck on the horizon. You can still see a vague small dragon form in the distance, but seems to have climbed higher and higher, now sort of partially obfuscated by the clouds. Do you have a beat on the direction? And still just a little bit of a visual. Maybe even a trail of blood and mud to follow, should it be necessary. So, you guys turn into wind itself, take to the skies in pursuit of Sidna the Ember Spark. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Yay, not dead! Yeah.
That's why I believed in you.
That was the
clutch.
worst start of my fucking life.
Oh my god. It would be dumb for me not to play to the creature's strengths. Like, the reason
of
why
course.
the dragon is slightly formidable, I think, is its ability to use flight. If it was just like, come, please, stand in front of me. Like,
Hit me.
hit me.
I
its
mean, it
mobility
does-
is a big part of its strength.
It does
so
good damage.
counteracting that, as you guys attempted to and eventually did, you can see how that turns tables real quick.
I don't know if 20 is too much because I did not know, or I forgot that this was a show, but I actually used lay on hands, so I gave her 20 if you needed the HP.
Oh, you did. You gave out of 120. She took more than 20, I think. So.
Okay,
Oh
perfect.
yeah, I took 26 points of damage
Oh, there
earlier.
you go.
So.
You know what?
So
Take the
I
whole
heal?
26.
I'm not sure if anybody else has damage on them, but you could have had one last round of healing spirit before the pass without trace. So anyone who needs health can restore 3d6.
Oh, Gildy, let's go. Yo, you almost one-shot Gildy. I want you to know that, you bastard.
One shot it? Oh, with the fall?
Yeah. I mean, everything.
Technically, that would have, yeah. Maybe.
The smack, the wing, and then the fall damage. But it's not enough. I had too much healing. It was almost full. Sucker.
If I would have gotten onto its back, I would have gone for its eyes.
But then how would it find its way back?
Oh, true.
It can smell.
Sabotage. Smell its layer.
Smells its way back?
Smell its layer.
Take one eye, you know,
Yeah,
leave
I
it one eye,
probably
and then it's
yeah.
Get rid of its depth perception so it can't breathe fire accurately.
Yeah. But I mean, I would have aimed at least one of its eyes.
So was that like goofy D&D enough for you, Duran? Mid-air fucking tidal wave?
That, I mean, it's okay. It's not. Let's be honest. It's not. You know,
just did a Pokemon move. Are you kidding me?
it's not freaking acting like red baby dragon children. Okay, but
True.
but it's like it's up
You're in
there.
the middle of a sky battle and Pikachu used Surf. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Pikachu used Surf 100%. That was incredible. That was. You could say she really turned the tide of combat.
Get out of here. Leave. That was really. Oh, how is the turn's title?
Oh man.
No, that was good. And I hate that it was good. Alright. Good night, guys.
Good night. It is.
night.
Good night.
Good night.